Shops for America. I don't know. So anyway, Alex Jones said before the pandemic, he was just a baby Christian. And then it just blew up. So there's the title. And after that, Edward Zoll gave his encounter with Jesus Christ. And then Jesse Beltran told his heaven experience or out-of-body experience. Pretty awesome. I'm going to play him here in a little bit. Gosh, I just got caught up looking at something. Anyway. Hey, the sun's going down. Looks like the Bill Gates, Fauci clouds, the DARPA CIA clouds are diminishing. Or no, I mean they're diminishing the sunlight. That's what I meant. Looks like they're there, kind of making the sun hazy. You know what I mean? Oh. You know how they make the sun like and hazy? I got mine. Damn, is that a dude? He's got some glutes and legs on him. Holy. By the way, that's not what I was looking at. I'm trying to see if that chick in the skirt is still still walking around. But I don't have much better to do right now. Oh, I just want to see her walking. Where'd she go? Oh, dang it. I don't know where she went. Well, anyway, that's what being an American is going to look at all the chicks, man, or at least one. That was just one. It's not multiple. It's not multiple. That was just one. Where did she go? Oh, interesting. That's it. I was just trying to look. Nothing major. I was just trying to look. But I mean, when you see a red miniskirt from a distance, I mean, what better do I have to do? You know, than to just get a closer look at that, Mike. I'll just try to get a closer look at that. All right. I'll go in here and buy some water or an Arizona tea for 99 cents. I tried to earlier. Another store was out. But you want to chill here with the dogs? I'm going to play the our Lord and Savior experiences with these guys. 8:59, that's 9 minutes.
Is that I do what I do because it feels good. People ask me, like, why did you turn down all the money? Why'd you turn down all the, Fox News jobs? It wasn't even hard. It doesn't feel good to be a puppet. It feels good to be the underdog. It feels good to tell the truth because I'm connected to God and the giant universe telling me good job. Like I've got another separate power source telling me what to do. And so these people.
You can put this on the outside of your windshield, underneath your windshield wipers, and inside your doors. Believe it or not, there's a little flap coming into each door, just locked in, and it reflects the light before it enters your windshield. Imagine that. Which one do you think is cooler? All right. Let me just show you what I'm talking about real quick. Let's see here. This thing is in front of my camera. So push it that way a little bit. See the flapper? There's the flap. Woo! Windshield's blocked. And look at all the space we have. Wow. That's a homemade gauntlet knife out of wood. It's got a couple of knots in it. You know what I mean? And then there's that other flap over there in the door. So probably dirty cameras or whatever. I can wipe this one. Piece of red in there? What am I looking at? Yeah, that's just refraction or something. I was like, why is the camera red? And I'll tell you what, I had to go without CBD product, as I call it. Come on. When the fuck are you going to legalize weed? Besides when I'm governor? Obviously, write my name in for governor. It's not just about smoking weed. We're going to be able to freely farm coffee, tobacco, and cannabis. We need it. I need it. I'm doing this out of necessity. If shit hits the fan, I have to be able to, and I'll have to have the patience, but I at least need coffee, tobacco, and cannabis seeds. I need to have some on hand. I don't have any of them. I don't have coffee, tobacco, or cannabis seeds. Anybody know where I can get the first two, first of all? Like an unroasted coffee bean or something? Can you just plant that? Where can you get unroasted coffee? I don't even know if that's probably still just like the pit. Wait, is that the whole bean? They at least peel it, right? So, I don't know. That's a seed, right? If a coffee bean, because a bean is a seed. So if a coffee bean is not roasted, I imagine as long as it's not defiled, denatured, mutated, mutilated, adulterated, then it'll plant. So, but anyway, yeah. Continuing on with my story, I was probably out of CBD products for a day and a half. That was rough. Maybe 2 days. And because I ran out of tobacco at the same time. And I ran out of coffee. I ran out of coffee, tobacco, and cannabis at the same time a couple days ago. You know. So I got the coffee. I got the pouches. Instead of smoking tobacco right now, I'm sucking on pouches. It's cheaper. That's mainly what it is. It's cheaper. And these are the best pouches I've found that aren't tobacco. I will say that like Zen Mojito and Zen Cappuccino or something like that were both pretty good. No, maybe it was Mocha. I don't know. Well, anyway. And Zen Smooth. So no flavor. That way it doesn't interfere with anything else. You can still drink with it. You can even still eat, like, you know, something dissolvable, quick that you keep the pouch up there. But the good thing about tobacco, the good thing about real American Spirit organic tobacco or the black pouch or the U.S. grown is that you can chew it up with your food. That's a salad. Well, anyway, these you suck on them for a little bit and spit them out because I feel like these still have. Why still? These have some of that moisture absorber that the spill cleanup pads have at the grocery store. Or the snakes. Nasty, right? You ever try to wring a snake out and all that gel oozes out? Well, anyway. Then I ended up getting some CBD product. So, full disclosure. Write me in for governor where we'll all be freely farming coffee, tobacco, and cannabis. Seeds readily available at the store. I have some other things that need to be readily available at the store, like a backpack hot air balloon, a flappable set of wings that then you glide. But it's about time we have flappable wings. I'm sick of not having it. I have a very strong, midsection, I'd say, side pressure ability. I'm a 5-time state champion arm wrestler. Somebody said, "Oh, that's like saying you won a race in kindergarten." Really? Did you see me practice with Monster Michael Todd? Then shut your fake pussy, bitch. So anyway, it's like, I know I can flap some wings if they're the right design. But anyway, yeah, so write me in for governor, where we're actually going to be free again.
Well, means nothing. They were, "Oh God, how are you handling? Keep it up." And I'm just like, I get frustrated sometimes. I want to do a better job. I'm mad at myself, but I'm not mad at God. I've already been, I'm weak. I can't even receive the transmission.
Notice how I called the person a tranny and a girl, woman, for making fun of arm wrestling.
What can the enemy offer us? We're literally going to...
It's like, are you a bitch or a tranny? I can't fucking tell. Hold on.
become gajillionaires in New Jerusalem. You think about the richest.
Oh, I've seen the third heaven.
I was just telling my dad earlier about how Monster Michael Todd will show up to a strongman event, obviously a bodybuilding competition, where all the competitors line up at his arm wrestling table and just get smoked one after another. Even the world's strongest men smoked in arm wrestling. It's sport specific. Now, if they did arm wrestling in strongman, well, you can't do that, because then that's a one-on-one fight. There's no strongman is just about the limitations of strength before you have to cross over into combat. And the beauty about arm wrestling, just like jiu-jitsu, it's strength and technique. It's function and form. You're always getting stronger in those movements, and nobody else is, right? Not even the strong man or anything like that. In these particular movements, we're talking bicep and chest at the same time. People do, back and biceps, chest and triceps. Why not back and triceps together? Why not chest and bicep together? So that's where your hidden strength starts coming in, when you're strong in movements that other people aren't. Yeah, they might be stronger than you in bench, squat, deadlift, but you're going to smoke them every single time on the arm wrestling table. Well, anyway.
It's like, you just want to be in the presence of God. Like, you throw your crowns down because there's no time. People think, how there's no time?
By the way, that's part of my campaign for governor, is a 5-time Kansas State arm wrestling champion. I will admit, one of them is a second place trophy, but it's 2 weight classes up. So it's actually heavier. It's more important than the other 4. It's not more important. It was just, I lost a match. So it was stronger guys, but it wasn't harder fights. I mean, he let me dig in and then he pulled me over. You know what I mean? But on all the other ones, I've been on some of the other ones, it was a breeze. But on some of them, they were the most grueling matches I've ever had in my life, to the point where I hurt myself because I didn't want to give up. I blew my own fucking arm, pop, and then I had to give up. So, yeah, in my weight class, it's actually the toughest, because the same thing happens when you go up weight classes. You smoke some of these big heavy guys, make them look like, whatever, and then you get smoked by the real ones. So I love it. Oh, stop whining at me, please. Come on. Oh, let's play our thing here.
It's like total satisfaction, completion. It's not ecstasy. It's literally, oh my God, everything is pure. And it's like, you can see all times, all futures, all these dimensions. And you're just like, I just want to be with God. And but then it's like, well, there's ultimate adventures and people got to help in lower dimensions. That's a simple way of saying it. And you're like, yeah, it's unbelievable. I'm telling you, man,
That's a whole new perspective on your life.
Have you ever been like can you get from the third heaven?
Yeah, I
Have you ever experienced that?
When I was saying, Jesus visited me at my deathbed. I asked,
well, let me hear this.
Yeah, during the pandemic. This really what set me on this path to to make God suddenly meet these fine gentlemen, meet you, Alex.
Wow, you just woke up in the last 6 years?
I was awake, but I'm not awake like I am now. And then when it came to my faith, my faith was set on fire.
That's right. I was a baby Christian before that. It just blew up.
100%. And what happened to me is,
so you're already a seed of an oak tree. You sprouted.
100%. And what happened is basically I got whatever this bioweapon was going around.
People that said it wasn't real. Like I love David Icke.
This time there won't be no damn law in the system. Say I'm gonna give this. Both female cashiers, one younger, one older, different ethnicities, Neither of them knew that all cans are lined with a plastic bag. Forever chemical. It's beyond plastic. But it's a forever chemical plastic bag in all fucking drinking cans. Beer, pop, tea. Guess what the fuck I got, bitch? Guess whose fucking hormones are intact today? Yeah. Fuck yeah. My fucking test is through the roof. I'm able to keep it in check too. It's beautiful. You know, when you realize that you went on this mission on purpose with God's authority, agency, office. It's not always about killing Satanists, although that's, we have to say it like that more. Not, it's a broken system. No, the fucking system works. It's not being used right. Obviously, the system's not being used right, bitch. Fucking Satanists are in our government. That's what the fuck we need to fix. You think you can find a better way to describe it than that? What the fuck is this country under? What the fuck is this country one nation under? Pardon the F word, please. Yeah. God. Yeah. Creator. Jesse Beltran. Stop. You stop that shit now, huh? Fucking annoying bitch. We don't fucking whine every time I fucking stop talking, motherfucker. All right. Where was it? Ah. One. I just put her back there. She just wants a beef hot dog. Check this out. I've had one, and I didn't get a dude gave it to me because I told him I hadn't eaten, but I also told him I needed to smoke a fucking joint. And he he comes out and gives me a fucking bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. And he's like, "Now you're good." I'm like, "Yeah, right, bitch. I wanted a fucking joint." But anyway, I was like, "Oh, thank you, sir." And then now I'm finally eating beef hot dogs. Normally $5 marked down to $3 at the Dollar Tree. Yes, the Dollar Tree has markdowns and things for more than $1. But this dog has eaten 7 or 8 chicken drumsticks and 5 chicken hot dogs. So kind of the cheap stuff. But so she had 7 drumstick and 5 hot dogs. And I'm just now starting to do hot dogs after I had that measly biscuit earlier. Long ago. And guess what? Yesterday I didn't eat. I had like 2 licks of butter from a knife while I was drinking coffee, and it's all we had. But we're in better shape right now, I guess. I don't know what I'm going to eat tomorrow, but right now I have 6 beef hot dogs to tackle. And again, she's had 7 or 8 chicken drumsticks and about 5 chicken hot dogs. So, on the low end, 7 and 4. On the high end, 8 and 5. And she's just going to be whining for my food.
The other phone is like not wanting to charge. I don't know what the deal is, but it's not too hot now. Stick this on here. We have 11%. But if I can toggle back and forth every 20 minutes, we should be okay. Let's see if this comes on. Oh yeah, here's mine. Can you grab some? This one's made out of copper. That one that you're on is just a hair tie. So it's a metal hook with just a hair tie. And it's a different type of hook too. It's a springier metal and it's a circular. Oh fuck. Yeah, get out of it. Oh, he's trying to repo somebody. And it's not me. Good to see it. You're watching a real-time reaction. Now, calm down. Every time you go to Walmart, let's just face it, every time you go to any grocery store now, or gym, Planet Fitness, they put you in for repo. They turn your fucking plate. Your plate gets immediately turned in when you hit the parking lot. So you have to park basically underneath the plate reader so you don't get your shit repoed. And if you live in your car, you don't get your home stolen from you. Tech have an RV that's not up and running yet, but essentially, you won't get your home stolen from you because you go to the gym for a little bit, right? Park under the plate reader. It's an automatic or automated license plate reader. ALPR. It's an ALPR. So Walmart's ALPR is it's an Asian guy. I gotta stop. Anyway. You know what I do? He's giving it to him. He's gonna give it to him, it looks like. And why didn't they hit mine? Well, like I said, you have to park under the plate reader. I actually don't know where Walmart is. I think I just got lucky. Like I said, I saw the fucking tow truck pull up, and I'm right over here and started the bitch because I would have been backing up just as he was going under me, but before he lifted. I know what the fuck the timing is. They can't take you while you're moving, and they can't take it while you're in it. And guess what? The police are not allowed to interfere with a civil matter, which is exactly what it is, which is exactly what any bank loan is. It's a civil matter. It's not criminal. It's not criminal if you don't pay back the fucking bank loan exactly the way they want you to. If you pay back all the principal and then say, you know what, fuck you on the interest. You've been trying to steal my fucking home, steal my fucking car, prevent me from being able to go to work and pay your motherfucking ass in the first place. What the fuck kind of shit is that? You're completely destroying my ability to pay you, dipshit. What the fuck? What kind of dumbass shit is that? Well, anyway, I stay in the car every time. I've beaten about 4 or 5 repo drivers in person. So some of it face to face, like come to my window and shit. Some of it, I've actually been picked up. I've been listed twice, and they had to set me down because it's a civil matter. They had to set me down because they don't live in their fucking tow truck. That's why. I wish more than one person was seeing this. You will not get repoed if you just stay in your fucking car. The cops can get called as long as you don't have warrants. You just stay in your car, and if you're on public property, or I'm in private property, but somebody else's, like the grocery store, the gas station, when the Quick Trip, Walmart, Planet Fitness, Dylan's most likely, turn your fucking plate in just like that. Just as soon as you start grocery shopping, you're just in the process of being repoed actively. And so big old boy. Big old muscly blob type thing of a tow truck driver. I mean, let's just say you wouldn't be able to touch me. Well, anyway, it's like I'm so proud of beating repo men and women because I think it was one chick that circled Planet Fitness came right up to me and I pulled off. And then I turned back kind of toward her and then she just drove off. So, I mean, what? I was in a heated entanglement with one guy. He lifted me up at Quick Trip, and I was trying to get out, spinning my wheels, because the first time he slid under me, he didn't pick me up. I drove away. He said, "You can't get out of there." I drove right up on the curb and fucking drove away, and he started following me. And then so I went a few towns over, but I immediately went a few towns over for a while. But it's funny that the second time, so the second time he picked me up, I called the cop, and then the cop asked me to get out of the vehicle. It was like a rookie. It was like some little pussy rookie. And then an older gentleman police officer came up and said, "Just know we're not the ones making you leave your vehicle. We're not the ones making you get out of your car." Because the fucking cop straight up asked me to step out the vehicle. How fucking dare you, pussy faggot bitch? You deserve to be fucking motherfucker. You broke your fucking oath on that one, didn't you, bitch? But now you know. I'm tired of you motherfuckers breaking your oath. That is not sit with me, bitch. All you motherfuckers, not just cops, judges, attorneys, governors, mayors, sheriffs, not the deputies that never claimed to be. Anytime you call them a sheriff, "Oh, I'm not the sheriff." It's like you call the county clerk for the courthouse and they say, "Oh, I'm not the one that told you that." I'm saying you guys. I mean, I'm saying your office. It's like, and then every time they do that, I say, "Yeah, I know. We're not playing the blame game here. I know you guys shift it around." I call them out on it every fucking time when they say, "Oh, that's not me. I didn't do that." Like, what? You want to take somebody's fucking home, take their fucking freedom, ruin their fucking life, put their family at risk? But you didn't do it. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You're participating in a conspiracy against civil rights, motherfucker. That's 10 years in prison, bitch. I'm coming for your ass. Anyway, yeah, that's how you feel once in a while, huh? Sure, phone's back on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Any judge, attorney, cop found to violate civil rights in a conspiracy as a participant, looking up to 10 years in prison. Judge, you're looking up to 10 years in prison, judge. You're looking up to 10 years in prison, attorney. You're looking up to 10 years in prison, both deputy city. You're looking up to 10 years in prison. All deputy cities working at the fucking jail at days, motherfucker. Most shits are going to fucking prison for 10 years. You cocksuckers. Most fucking shifts of deputies are going to prison for 10 years when I win the case. Oh, my pop, there it is. Mm. Who loves orange soda? Kill loves orange soda. Is it true? Mm-hmm. I do. Ooh. Yeah. What do you know about that? I hear you breathe whining. You're the wine breather. You breathe wine. All right, I'll hand you a piece. Hold on. The roast of beef hot dog. See, there was a chink faggot at a Davos Bilderberg meeting. And he said that since he's intolerant to milk, he's willing to make you allergic to your founding father's favorite food. The animals your grandparents built this fucking country with, right? Since the little chink faggot has a milk intolerance, he's going to do human engineering on you. With those ticks, he was talking about the alpha-gal tick, the Lone Star, slandering the #1 representation of freedom in the world, motherfucker. Don't call that vile shit Lone Star. Fuck you, pussy. That's lone fucking irradiated dot. That's fucking lone yellow dot, bitch. Fuck you. Fuck you, tink faggot. I'll get my fucking hands on you, pussy mother. Ugh. Oh, your neck's crushed already. You're fucking dying so fucking fast. Your neck, tink faggot. The milk is he gonna kill your ass. Save the fucking planet, right? Just like Bill Gates cuts down trees and buries them. Just like you're a stick acid, captures the methane. Your fucking farce is over, bitch. Let me take power. I'm gonna kill all you Satan. Or the new Jewish bank with that knowledge. Don't even just take it to a bank that already exists. So fucking world will be coming to fucking kill you, motherfucker. Where the fuck is my tallow at? I need to add fat to this bad boy. Oh, is it true? Oh. What do? Oh. Where'd it go? Did you guys fill the jar? Did you guys Oh, there it is. All right. I damn near forgot we had it. This is a beef hot dog, and this is beef tallow. This is the protein, this is the fat. I want as much of both as fucking possible without dripping sweat. Fuck yeah. So what I'm gonna do is roast this fucking hot dog, and then not just dip it. I'm gonna try to scoop out and immediately bite into it, right? So that's my plan. Let me get this open. I gotta set the hot dog back up here on the package. All right. These are $1.25 at the Dollar Tree, and the pack of hot dogs was $3 marked down at the Dollar Tree. So seems like everything. Oh, Every time I crank it up, so does Alex Jones. Both in communication with God? I don't know. Maybe I am and don't know it. He talks about actually going to heaven 10 times and being told he's not allowed to stay yet. not even near death experiences. He's able to go there. Oh, but anyway, let's make sure to drink some beef tallow on this spot, baby. Here. Mm, mm. Easier than swallowing an egg, Rob. That shit'll make you gag, right? And I don't open up my throat. I'm not a guy who can deep throat chug, right? If you can tell you can deep throat, I can't. I gag. I gag brushing the back of my tongue, which I always do. So anyway, here we go. Woo! My hands are sweaty. Yeah. Oh, dirty and sweaty. Wow. Well, anyway, the sweat just left the dirt wipe right off. Interesting. Wow. This is washing hands. This is washing my hands. So much sweat, the dirt just went right off with it. That means I'm thermoregulating well and tanning well. Glyphosate or the blood cancer causing chemical they spray on all of our fucking wheat and corn prevents you from being able to tan in the low doses. The farm will get leukemia, lymphoma, and you'll just not be able to tan very well. And the 5G and 6G and cell phone tower radiation and satellites just into your fucking body. Guess what? Guess what kind of remote control nanobots came in the Pfizer shot? The kind from an Israeli doing a TED talk and then signing a contract with them. There are 1,000 billion nanobots in here that I teach my students how to remote control. And then he signed a contract with Pfizer. And then the pandemic hit. One person. You think that, like, if you drop real knowledge. Oh, yes, I'm just in my car. This means you can do it too, motherfucker. I'm just actually doing it, right? And that's, you don't want to do this. You don't want to fucking do this. What you can do is listen to what I have to say. Oh, yeah. But I just found this on the floor, so that's not too whippy. So maybe the part that I stick in the hot dog, well, first of all, I can burn it. Yeah, let's sterilize it. Let's sterilize the hook, actually, without burning the paper towel. This is going to go in my hot dog. I left my set of hooks in my RV, and so I actually had a long S hook, and I cut it to make two, as short as possible. It's a right angle hook. Like, you can still put this on something and dangle a piece of food off of it. So still do it. Normally I have like 8 hooks, and I put the whole pack of hot dogs up, and they start drying and they cook way better. Saturated with that solution. But this is doing dishes. This is this. Fuck yeah! Holy shit, man! I gotta stop cussing so much because I know the things I say are so fucking interesting sometimes. But then that F word comes, and somebody like, that's not Christian. Oh, really? How many caterpillars did you rescue from a dirt road today? How many turtles did you rescue from the highway today? Fucking sad 60 seconds. Yeah. Who the fuck is Christian? I barely squoze this caterpillar. I didn't smush him, really. But he puked on me. Just like a grasshopper, that green. And I put him on a tree and he kind of fell. And I said, okay, you know what, I tried. But I pulled him from the dirt road that I was cooling the car and walking the dogs on. And then I saw another one on the edge of the dirt road munching leaves that had fallen off the tree. And I'm like, whoa, that's just what they do. So I left that one there. And I'm like, well, hope I didn't take that other one away from its favorite food spot. But I imagine they both fell out of the tree with the leaf, or the same as the leaf did. Not necessarily the same one they were chewing on, or right next to it. It was pretty good. That Alex and I have a similar problem. We have to be incredibly accurate. That's what he says. It's not. He said it's not just the predictions and the shows that are incredibly accurate.
Oh, there's the sun. The sun. Oh, gotcha. Smoked it with, but that's the tint of like a new car. That's it's going through the side window and the back window of a different vehicle. So this is the sun entrance. Meanwhile, right? Anyway. Oh, you're so silly. Good girl. Some water here. Give me some more water. Square bottle. Poke a hole in the lid. Anyway. You poke a hole in the lid. It's not right yet. Oh, you're all right. Just put it outside. See that one? Yeah, that vehicle has some tinted ass windows, so yeah, just a bright pink orange sun. Oh yeah, I mean, makes it look like a harvest moon. Hey, where are you going? What are you doing? What are you doing? No, motherfucker. Lay down there. Please. Girl, come on. Oh, what the fuck is going on? Shit. Not even out of water yet. Oh, okay, never mind. I got a closer look at that dog water dish. Thank you, dude. I'll give you a slide back over. How did this lid get so dirty already? It's a brand new ball. Cleaned off pretty fast too. Just on the outer edge of the rib. Edge. Twisted it on my shoulders and it cleaned it. Yeah, well. There we go. Dog level. My toolbox. There. I'll show you my toolbox. Okay, I'll show you my toolbox. Not too bad. Standard and metric 3/8. Then we have the 1/4 inch. And we have the 1/2 inch. So really floating here. My tire size is on here right now. I just use the 1/2 inch Pittsburgh. I don't use a tire iron. I just use the 1/2 inch Pittsburgh. Car wash. Can you believe that? That's a damn good car wash find, huh? Oh, and that hammer has the flat back. Just the. Oh shit! What am I doing? Instead of a fork, it's just flat. It's almost like a pickaxe or something. Long. I'm talking about it. Let me just be about it. This is my hammer that I keep in the car. Oh well, I also keep. Never mind. I also keep a regular hammer. But yeah. Oh cool. See, this is what a man should keep with him at all times. Right? See how much longer the pickaxe thing is? Whoa, yeah. See that? That's a hammer. That's a hammer. It's a deconstruction hammer, really. It's a demolition hammer. It's a Vaughn, made in USA. And this is I suppose a Walmart hammer, but you know this. Paul Pelosi, just kidding. I better stop. But anyway, who needs a hammer when the back of this is a hammer? Just stay away from your face, okay? Oh, it's a great neck. Great neck, Pittsburgh, and Vaughn. Fuck with me. All right. Never mind. Don't fuck with me. I mean, fuck with me in terms of writing my name in on the ballot for governor of Kansas, but until then, so fuck with me, but don't fuck with me. I might have to get out the Kroger safety cutter. I might have to get out the S5. I don't know what they're up to now. I think I had an S2. I think I was there for S2, S3, S4, S5. Possibly. Or at least 3 of them. I worked at Dillon's for 10 years. Don't make me have to go and get my S5. That's a safety cutter that Dillon's Kroger employees use. They don't even call it a box knife. They call it safety cutter. That's hilarious. That's a fucking box knife, especially if you tear off the little metal end. That's a and they're made for quick use, cutting boxes all the time. But I mean, like, so it's like I'm an expert even without the blade, just that little claw on the tip. Oh, it would be eyeball gone very quickly. You know what I mean? You just have to shoot from a distance. You can't really fuck with me. You know what I mean? But I don't recommend. Don't do that though. Don't do that. But come on, you're really gonna go for the eyes first? That's a low blow. No, that's a high blow. Eyebrow. Well, it's actually a low brow if the eyeball is underneath the eyebrow. But anyway. Well, shit. Give me this. Oh, well, that one works. Let me see if this one even works. They just legalized. Oh, they just tried to legalize eating dead people. Whoa. Z Media just put that on. Is she live right now? Or she just posted a clip? Let me see. Yeah. Men in 1950 and 1960 had 8 times the testosterone as men now. Up to double to 8 times on average. I mean, that's kind of a range, isn't it? But so it's about 4 on average. It's about 4 times. I don't see that sliding off, but I'm gonna put it behind you just in case. Ah! Oh yeah, can you pick up a jack one-handed? I made an adjustment. I didn't have to. Ah. Okay. Oops. This thing looked really fun. Yeah. Cool little setup. Oh yeah. But I mean, this is what I rock in my car. And then, there's my little sweetie. There's dogs. This Bella, she's a mama too. She's also a mama dog. Yeah. And there's baby dog. Baby dogs. It's funny because she was named Mama Dog before she had a baby, but my first thought seeing her was she can breed. She'd be a good breeder. So I chose a big ass. Man, not that big. I got a such a ass and stuff like that. But a giant, not giant. I just love him. He and his brother were both big. His brother might have been a little bit bigger. I don't know. They're both really big, but and Bruno was involved in a car accident. I had the shovel to help bury him. However, his brother had his niece. His brother had his niece. Oh, okay, yeah. His brother had his niece. With her. Yeah, I knew she had potential. I knew it. The day I rescued her, I knew that if she's half German Shepherd, half Rottweiler, all I got to do is throw in some pit bulls. Yeah, I was wondering, should I do more Rot? Should I do Shepherd, like giant male Shepherd, or maybe even more? I always, or any type of mastiff. But, yeah. Anyway. I should make the camera still. Yeah, every time there's movement, it's gonna. So let me put it up here. I think this is gonna be a pretty good shot. Turns out hanging gets way better reception. I'm using Wi-Fi. So they just tried to legalize eating dead people. Let's check out this Z media. I think this will do this. And I want to say, just because I'm running for sheriff, just as I'm also running for sheriff, don't circle me with the helicopter. Don't use your position to threaten me as your opponent. As your got to the Z media live stream about somebody just tried to legalize eating dead people, like some country, some Congress or something. Was that us? Was that one of our states, or was that a different country? Because I clicked play, and she says, and the best way to do that is to support our sponsor. See you later. Like, okay. Anyway, I'm going to see if I can do this properly. I'm going to close Rumble Studio, turn the speaker off. That order doesn't matter, but the initiation sequence matters. I have to turn the studio on first. I had forgotten that the speaker was already on.
Rumble Studio. I immediately snatched my audio. So, be right back. Bye. And suddenly, this other phone doesn't want to connect to the internet. Funny. So, like Amish? Kind of like Amish these days. Woodman. Oh, yeah, now I can. Oh, it's still on. Yeah. Now I can turn this on. Yeah, might as well. That's usually what I watch. Not the only thing. That's what I was going to go for. Stop it. Stop it, please. Can you believe? I applied to be a technical enforcement officer. Nice. Didn't get the job. And then they offered for me to reapply, but I did. Oh. Dark. Certainly dark. Maybe to match Mark. A black back.
So man, Walt, kind of guy that just so if you couldn't hear that,
this one back on the Bluetooth. There's a little bit of charge on both phones, and now I just have to do an okay job of going back and forth with the cord. Oh, video screen looked like. Oh, is that like taking a picture? Okay. I got this out. Hopefully, it has a one of us into it. Those tops. That's the Baylor's information. That's what. Okay. Since it's copper wired, can we do another twist like this way? Cool. One more. Or knowledge, more they have. Or authority. Everything. Reliability of it. Yeah. Ooh, Lord. Did it that time. I had to angle the hook 90 degrees. Well, I had to rotate the hook 90 degrees compared to the back, compared to the clip part. Even if it's that comes in, they know they have more opportunities here still than anywhere else. So they for the president, his wife, remember whatever, and he's like, number one. The point is, we are all number one. We are we are script. Right. Well, I have a prediction. Maybe a prophet like Alex here, is that I foresee here in the near future that stock prices are going to be a real thing. I agree. Yeah, that people will be prosecuted for what they think. Oh, we just saw videos in Texas yesterday at a gay pride march in Fort Worth, and the cop comes over to just preach the Bible, and he goes, "I'll arrest you." They say they're upset, and then the supervisor says, "I will arrest you." I mean, that's already the UK. I explained to them, like, why do we care about the UK when we care about all humans? But whatever's in Australia, UK is 5 years ahead of it here. They're testing the church. So you're absolutely right. It's already happening. Of our brain waves, a lot of our thoughts, they've pierced the break. We know this from rape. We know this from many whistleblowers. You asked us earlier about the data centers. The reason why there's been such a push for the data centers is they are illegally storing this surveilled data about your private life. They give you Congress to pass enough for all the giant NSA bases. Well, I mean, that's why, again, they talk about not regulating AI. That stuff is hogwash. It's so that this activity does not get regulated. It's the biggest empowerment takeover for the intelligence apparatus since. Well, experimentation, as I explained to everyone, is legal here in the United States without our consent currently. The metadata issue. So metadata is that stuff that we're transmitting over the airwaves
That is not illegal to collect. Okay, so that is another loophole. So until we create some type of system or law that prevents that metadata from being freely collected, which is ours. It's our information. It's our intellectual property. It's our intellectual property.
Let's make that personal now.
Correct.
But worse than that, we have to defend that. You're right. That's the big fight. But they're already bringing in Internet ID, which is the social credit score, which is the vaccine passport, which is the central bank digital currency control system to ban us or control us. The Republicans are passing to keep kids off porn. No, you control your kids. The left's pushing it for all their reasons. Supreme Court just ruled today. Can demand your age and your identity for apps. That's done. So the Internet ID is here. So we have to fight that now.
And
I agree. We need to say we own our metadata. That's a big fight. This is important, but the current fight we're losing. Bring in the Internet ID right now.
I want to see what it looks like.
well,
Let's go to my channel.
they're merging it. What is
Dementia, not water. Did you know that memory loss is not a
here's how to
Two ads to watch my channel. Right now I'm going to watch it.
Let me tell you a secret.
Ooh, you're a
drinking
faggot.
warm water in the Internet ID right now.
I want to see what it looks like.
Well,
Let's go to my channel.
they're merging it. What is
If you watch this video right now, it is because you desperately need to manifest and attract money into your life as quick as possible. Maybe
Think YouTube runs live streaming? Think again. Biggest live streams in the U.S. are happening on Rumble, and now
Protest led by Tommy Robinson.
Well, that's just like they grabbed everybody's data on J6. Tourists visiting D.C. just to see the Smithsonian were arrested.
100%. They and again, 100% that peacefully assembled that day. But some of those people, like it was a couple that went back to Alaska after. The FBI came, kicked in the door, took a constitution out of their house. How did they find it? Well, because every single cell phone, 300.
And look, we found the Constitution.
Yeah, that was the grand irony, right? I used to call it, right?
We caught you with the law. The law we don't respect anymore. Okay. We caught you with our law.
Like it's a crazy world, but certainly what's made it a little less crazy is again that understanding of what's happening, and that's why again your program, your platforms are so powerful. It's why again Jesse's research his career has been for this time.
What we just did here in the last few months, you guys, is the deepest dive there is. Because I watch everything, and that's what freaks me out. Is this is the in-level surface. Beltran, Saul, he can go for these guys can go for 20 hours. Like those people I have trouble talking. These guys are obsessed with just like I am. We could go for months or years because it's endless. This is hundreds of years. Dr. Francis called in the 1850s. 140 years or 180 years, whatever it is, of this. And so we're not here telling you we have all the answers. We're simply studying this. By the way, bad guys aren't in complete control yet. They think they're going operational, but they don't still have full control, and they themselves are whacked out and crazy. So there's an old saying, can't con an honest man. So just remember, we have a leg up. The people running are twisted and major problems. They can't even different reality themselves because they've given up on their innate So let's in part one here with a plot. I'm the guy that does it. It's like David Hogg. So that is David Hogg. Dad was FBI, demonized anti-gun guy that became the head of the deputy head of the DNC, they got removed. He famously, like 7 years ago, goes, Jones is on him. Tells you there's atrazine chemicals that make the frogs gay, which is great. I love gay frogs. Yeah, they just don't have kids to die. And he goes, and then plus water filters. Man, no, I'm like, there's thousands of chemicals. Here's water filters, that are high rated. that take it out. I'm openly telling you to post more of this so that we can warn more
Too much ball. I got to check.
person that's not honest. It's like, where's the scam? Where's the scam? Here's all the studies. The water's contaminated. I've got the highest rated water filter. Buy it so I can fund my show and so I can warn more people. It's completely straight up symbiotic. I'm telling you something. If you believe in this, here's the ratings. So let's do a plug here at the end. That agent with Masterpiece, because I was doing research in the mind control. I was doing research with nanotech, sitting there talking about former David Steele buddy that I met with Joe Rogan. No, he's like 5 years, we're really good friends last 2 plus. He goes, well, I got a guy coming in. I meet with that my podcast. It's like 10 months ago now, maybe more. And this Beltran, he comes in, we go hiking, we have it 2 months later. I was like, I already know a lot of this stuff. I go, this guy's right about that, right about this. Well, I've learned about this, check that out. It's true. He knows way more than I do, and I know a lot. It's great to know somebody knows more than you about a specific subject. Now you can like get that information and then give them the information you have. So yeah, we're selling you zeolites that I've been going for 30 years. A no natural compound that detoxifies the chelators that is very special, and then it finances warning everyone it's symbiotic. And so we can take money to win a war, then we sell you something that really works. Everything I sell at thealchemist.com works. I want you to love it, get it, empower you. I want the good mojo, reap what you sow. But you are our outside sponsor at getmasterpiece.com. So it's the end part one that just financed coming to town, us doing this, all of it, empowers them, empowers us. Give us a pitch for Masterpiece. Spend 5 minutes on this. This is so important. And whatever they do, this is free to air. It belongs to all you. Share this article, share this report, share this video. We'll have articles on this as well. And then before we do the pitch, which is so important, folks, bring a horse to water till you make a drink. Jesse Beltran, Mr. Saul, Mr. Hazen. What are we going to cover? Because I had a lot of ideas myself in part 2. Tell us part 2 and let's do the pitch for Masterpiece.
Well, part 2, we should start off with how easy it is to rewire the brain if you not even know it's been rewired. That's probably what we should open up with the clip. Tissues and demonstrating how easy it is to rewire your brain in mass population, and they won't even know it. Okay, and this is the biggest message that I've been trying to awaken everyone about. It's very easy to rewire memory and it re-imprint them in the human brain.
This is known science. So we're going to go to that in part 2. And we're going to air this on my main show. And coming up, what day we'll do it, part 2. So important. But I want to get the camera right here at Matt Hazen. Look at the camera, because let me tell you, this product is incredible. And it finances what we're doing. It's a win-win. Just try the product. You finance fighting tyranny. You already win getting it. You lose a donation, but you need to take it. You're going to be hooked. Just listen to me, folks. Give us the pitch for Masterpiece. GetMasterpiece.com.
This is the proven antidote on how you can protect you and your family from being taken over from the inside out with this computer system. Researching the patents that Bill Gates has done, where he is talking about the components that are inside of this internal biosystem. We know that graphene oxide and silicon is inside of the payload. We know that from double-blinded public papers testing all of the mRNA delivery system. Those components that are assembled inside of us is a computer system. Those hardware components we have proven in every way testable to be able to drastically for around $1 a day. This is an all-natural what's called a nanocolloidal product, and that's what this is. It's not just zeolite. You take a bunch of powdered zeolite, it's not going to do what we're talking about today. We get the zeolite down to the atomic level, even smaller than the nano level. So, and we fix it with your body has a mineral deficiency problem causing it to not operate correctly. You also got to put poisons and toxins disrupting every function of your body. This is a one broad spectrum antidote for that. What you take is 10 to 15 drops a day, okay? And this is going to go deepest parts of your body, and what you're going to experience by taking Masterpiece consistently twice a day.
You know how I have to balance it out?
Your dream vividness, your dream
fat.
clarity, as the fluoride and as your pineal gland is cleaned off, your serotonin levels, which is about your sleep quality. You're going to get the sleep of your life. The melatonin is going to get in there. Serotonin is your well-being feelings.
That fucking pop I got earlier, don't drink it. It's got yellow and red petroleum dye. I didn't look at the ingredients. I just said, yes, glass bottle. The orange is yellow and red petroleum dye. Fuck. They got me. They got me today. I thought I was going to be like poison free, you know? Oh, is the light giving me gateway with my phone? Anyway, I don't want LED in my fucking face. Cooking a hot dog. So good. A little bit extra done, you know what I mean? All beef.
Melatonin is your sleep pattern. You're gonna sleep deeper than you have. You're gonna start dreaming like wild, and guess what? You're gonna feel connected again. You're gonna feel childlike again. You're gonna be able to keep clarity in your mind. Why? Because that's how you are normally. You're just poisoned. Why do you get sick? Because you're poisoned. People that get sick 3, 5, 7 times a year, and then you get for a week or so, that's going to basically go away. When consistent use with Masterpiece for around $1 a day, your body feels sick, your body stays sick because it's poison. The aluminum, the mercury, the lead, every single type of toxic metal, whether we've had to test blood, we've tested urine, we've tested hair, we've done studies with 350 people in 22 countries. We've had Jesse as one. I'm going to tell you about it, and this is the antidote. No, this is the way that you not just only support Alex Jones. His mission, he's the real deal. Who else is losing terrible lawsuits that make no sense for $1.4 billion and getting no help from anybody who's been stuck for a long time? This is how you support his mission for the people. He's been doing this for 3 decades. We are honored that we get to provide.
What the fuck did I just say?
Even all natural products. And I urge you guys to give it a chance. If you use Masterpiece consistently, you'll find out why we have a reason. People that use Masterpiece consistently buy it back 95% of the time because it works, because they feel the difference, because they don't want to. So, get masterpiece.com, and support Alex Jones and support a better mask on yourself. This is how you keep yourself disattached from the internal biosystem, but also getting the broad range of toxins out of your cell level, past your blood-brain barrier. It's going to clean out every part about you, and you're going to feel better than you have in a long time.
Absolutely works. Known technology. Think about briefly, part 2, why it's different. Zeolite's great in general, but this is already a great deal like with the minerals, what it does.
Completely different. What we want to do when we're real scientists, our world is polluted. Look to the world. Where in nature is it cleanest and why? And if you go to the blue zones and if you go to the Greek islands and the Fiji islands, you test that water there. That water is connected to the rest of the ocean, but it's pristine and pure, and it's just here. We take that, and that is zeolite and sea minerals. That's what you see there. You see zeolite and sea minerals. We get that zeolite down to the atomic level, smaller than the nano level. We take the seawater, the sea mineral plasma water, which is the healthiest, and we dilute it down so it's identical to your blood plasma. And then we use a natural vortexing piezoelectric method to be able to structure it perfectly so it goes into your body and as gently as anything that's ever been made, but exponentially far more effective than anything's been made. It grabs out the toxins, replaces it with the minerals. You don't have to feel bad while your body gets healed and becomes its healing machine, and it becomes its ability to be able to operate normally.
Get masterpiece.com, fighting the globalists, exposing the new world order, point blank range, for the fun of revolution. We do it. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Number 2, stay with us. We have to fight for our sovereignty, which is fight. Again, what God gave us, which and our health is one of the biggest things. We're all at this point middle-aged, we're trying to family, and with friends doing it together, there's a little bit of a silence afoot. Well, yeah, center of but you're even lower, but the whole level so you're killing yourself. And so that's where that's where all this so folks. Absolutely blue works. Well, my clock can work. Unbelievable. At a crossroads with with the survival of the human species. And the people that have all the resources and all have spelled that out very clearly. And the things that they are putting inside of our body to complete that mission, you got to get out. You got to get out. And one of the main ingredients of peace has been proven in all ways, and that is look at wrap. It performs. That's why it's called the master binder. But yours is different. Yeah, absolutely. So any way that you would actually test out, which would be like its pH, its molecular composition, its molecular ratio, its isotonic, it is identical to blood plasma. You're talking about marine plasma, sea plasma, minerals. It is the same.
They are your own. And this is the aspect when we talked about the technology in previous reports on how in the New World Vistas report they disclosed why they were doing this RF technology, how the objective was to affect an adversary either negatively or positively.
And by the way, this is a fiction. You said it's congressional hearings. Yeah.
Correct. And in that report on page 89 called Biological Systems, if you read through that, it was released on
All I have are these couches.
A little bit of it says not only were they able to affect the adversary through RF frequencies, they were also able to erase memory sets and imprint memory sets. And this is what this next video
Like
discloses,
your cigarette butt.
and what they're inferencing and what they're addressing. The fact is, I can do this with my voice. My voice is a frequency. Your voice is a frequency. We all affect people in different ways with our frequency. But now imagine this invisible frequency that's coming in and able to reprogram your memory set.
Remember that thing on report, 0 firewalls in the mind.
Correct. That's exactly right. When you use these techniques, it is virtually impossible to stop it because it's covert. You don't know it's being
Well, coming up though, if you find out it's happening to somebody, is there a way to get them out of it?
If you have a high suspicion or you're 100% sure that this was due to this type of programming, yes, it is reversible. Dr. Nick Begich is a famous one. I think
We're going to check on it.
Yes, that was the congressman they killed. His brother, a senator. He's a deep researcher. He's one of the best friends.
Come on, baby.
I want every brother and sister in Christ to know right now how to get rid of type 2 diabetes. It
Come on
sounds crazy. I know.
Well, hurry up. I got to hear it. Gotta hear it.
Rumble Studio is a game changer for our show. Rumble Studio lets us stream to Rumble and all the other platforms.
Fuck.
Rumble is a game changer for our show. Rumble Studio lets us stream to Rumble and all the other platforms.
Okay, that worked. All right. Just wanted to check on it. Check on that volume level. Check what we've got done. Oh, am I streaming Rumble to YouTube? Wow. I'm streaming YouTube to Rumble. Streaming Rumble to Rumble, Rumble to YouTube, and YouTube. No. I'm streaming Rumble to Rumble, Rumble to YouTube. Yeah. Huh. There you go.
Rumble, we care about our creative partners. We care about our advertisers. There are millions of people.
In other words, they don't care about me. I'm not in the fucking program. Keep getting stuck on that second ad.
Technology leaders face rising cloud costs in today's digital marketplace. Big tech cloud consumption.
You don't want to do that. You want to be very bland and open-ended. Okay, that's how you get the truth. That's how you get a real experience, a memory that has actually happened. That's how you can tell. But not everyone a capable hypnotist that's able to do this. And so this is another thing. It's the experience of the person regressing.
What makes somebody more successful versus, I know it's a real science, but it's also fake. There's people that aren't,
I need to do some right drugs.
for doing something. I mean, don't know what they're doing.
My right draft is smaller than my left draft.
That's a tough
I need
question
to
for
do
me because
drugs.
I've never had an
Just on the
issue
right. I mean,
knowing someone's a trans. Okay, you'll get pupil dialect.
I need to do some unilateral training. Beefing up my right shoulder, or not shoulder, trap, just a trap. And right bicep, because I pulled it long ago. I still won 5 arm wrestling trophies after that, but on it. But it needs to catch up to my left.
You'll get the skin color.
Just because beyond other people's rights, in some cases, it's still not up to my left.
Okay, so get flushing.
People get bigger.
And it's better than other people's left. But of course you do. Unless unless one of them is doing external rotation. I've heard of arm wrestlers, really hardcore arm wrestlers for fun, for practice, and for training and practice, doing external rotation. You have to go backwards too. So I'll use my right, you use your left. You're gonna go in normally, and I'm gonna push backwards, like external rotation. See if you can even pin. That's hilarious. I've only ever heard of Andrew Cover Rhodes doing that, and it might have been Bob something who told the story. What's Bob's last name? I forgot. Huh.
Correct. You'll get idiomotor responses that you can't do consciously. These are all tests.
And they don't know that. So they can know this stuff. Here's an example. People said I said the EA was on X. I said it was like he was on X. Shows up, acts all weird the night before, shows up right when the show starts. And like 2 hours later, he goes, I want a salad now. And he pulls the mask off.
Dude, they used to call it E. He said, I want a salad now, and he pulls the mask off. Sanjay, that's funny. But they used to call it E, now they call it X. I hope there's still a difference, because it kind of went from, the actual MDMA to more of a sometimes they would put never mind. But now it's like meth, Molly. MDMA Molly is closely related to meth. Was it always like that? Because the ones, I popped an ecstasy pill a few times as a kid, as a youth, as a high schooler, and even a little bit after 18, but not a whole lot. Maybe, hold on. Yeah, it was senior year and like 18 years old, maybe 19. I don't know. No, not 19. 17 and 18. And so anyway, a few X pills, I guess. And one of them, it seemed to like open my mind and body and spirit up, and everything just, I guess, felt good. It felt like ecstasy. I was listening to Tech Nine rap, and it was so profound to me at the time. Well, I was on ecstasy, or an X pill, as we call it. But really, that was E. Some of them were actually E instead of X. You know what I'm saying? Where it's feel good instead of speed. What is the difference there? Is most Molly just cut with meth? You know what I mean? Or what? And you're supposed to eat it, and not smoke it, right? I mean, I don't. Funnily enough, oddly enough, the spray that Whitney Cummings uses, what is that stuff? It's not Ibogaine. It's not Ibogaine. It's what's that thing people use all the time? It's real common nowadays. What is it? What is it? Oh man, I forgot what it is. Hey, I'm glad I'm out of the drug loop, right? I'm glad I'm out of the drug loop. I'm only for marijuana and mushrooms. I'm really only for marijuana and mushrooms because that's all I would do. On top of tobacco and coffee, as mandatory, right? I mean, the marijuana is mandatory as well. The psilocybin should also be mandatory in microdoses. not tripping every day, but maybe microdosing every other day if you want, and even every day as a supplement, as a dietary supplement, to be thought of that way. Psilocybin, mushrooms, mushrooms and weed are food grade supplements. That's going to be the part of the executive order with my governorship.
Was pure black. I said, I don't know. He was sweating. He didn't look like, he wasn't like, because he was on ecstasy and weather and stuff. He's the beast. The girl's like, and I go, what are you on, Molly? Oh, yeah. I'm like, drug dealer. I can tell her what they're on. People, somebody help pot, they're like, or drunk, maybe drunk. You can tell what drugs are. Somebody like this, that coffee. But with him, you barely see the outside of his iris. Maybe he was hypnotized right out there.
So it wasn't the net or the Yahoo of the mask.
No, I mean, he took the mask off. I was just like, what the hell? I was like looking at it. It was like pure black eyes, man.
Well, there's a couple things that come to mind because also, being a paramedic and having a strong medical background was.
It also could have been contact lenses. They don't mention that one.
Or the pupils dilated because the mask was on. Okay, and you'll get a dilate because it's dark. So you would want to
pull them off for a conference room to life like that. Yeah, they're still like anything.
Yeah, now if they typically in a normal human, as soon as they're exposed to light, you'll get constriction of the pupil. Now if they're in an altered state, they're going to stay that way.
Well, what makes your people do that? Hypnotized,
drugs, hypnotism, or there's a optical issue with the nerves in the eyes. I've seen that where one pupil's dilated, one pupil's constricted, brain injury, that stroke. They're all kinds of dark. Yeah. So yeah, it'd be interesting if they never constricted after taking the mask off.
Like I drunk is dark eyes.
An altered state that's induced. But
I was trying to put it down. I was just,
yeah.
We're like, you ever take a mask off? Yeah, his eyes were like.
So here's another.
I'm like, because barely 3 hours. So I was like, damn.
It wasn't all of the light.
No, it was like black freaking light.
Yeah. So here's another characteristic when you get the suggestibility of people. People that have underbags under their eyes, they're more suggestible. He would be one. You are close to it. So you would be another one that would be easily put in.
What is the other bags?
Yeah, the bags under your eyes.
Yeah.
If they're completely smooth, that is a characteristic of being someone who's highly suggestible.
A lot.
No, it's just an observation that they took in the data. In fact, in the video clip that we showed in part 1, he talks about it.
What is that? We have no idea what that means.
Being suggestible, you're hypnotizable.
No, I know that, but why would it be? I know you don't know. I'm saying it's been registered in the research that.
Correct.
There's no idea why.
They don't know why. All they know is that people with move under bags under their eyes are more suggestible. So I have bags under my eyes. Okay, he doesn't. That's a very typical description of someone with smooth underbags under their eyes. They are more suggestive. So Matthew, I already know they could be. Yeah. But so at this table, I could. Yeah. Yeah, but these are just tidbits of information that I always.
What are the other things?
As far as physical signs, mostly it's whether or not you are a physical or what we call a.
He's already dead.
Or emotional suggestible. That's really the depiction because we addressed it in part 1 that 30% of the population are physical suggestible. Okay, and those are if on stage there. Like when I talked about, they have everyone stand up and they do suggestibility tests. So, and this is what I want to do on our, we have projects we're talking about maybe doing here. But you bring in people and you have them we run and do some tests. When you put your fingers out, I want you to spread them apart. Imagine them being strong magnets, and these magnets are becoming stronger and stronger, and they're pulling closer and closer and closer and closer. The people whose fingers go like that, those are the physical suggestibles that you want to bring up on stage. Those are the ones that I would choose almost immediately to.
They're taking direction by hearing.
Correct. Well,
What's like world leaders, like President Trump, for example, is he have production? Does he have somebody?
I've never really thought about it in my life. But when we take a look at world leaders and use that criteria, for it. But this is something when you're using your verbal frequency, our voices. Now, when you're using RF, it's a completely different ballgame. Particularly when you have nanotech, the mRNA. That's a completely different ballgame because they've already done studies knowing what that in order to put someone into an altered state.
So they said a single on cell phone, everybody kills each other. Before the member came out, I was reading like Baltimore Star about CIA tested in the 90s how to send out waves to make people agitated or sexually excited or angry or sleepy. They like kind of tell you here and there, and they admit that they patented all this. But then when you talk about it, oh, you're good. How they're able to reprogram the brain.
They admit it, patent it,
So,
but you talk about it. You're a low
Basically,
IQ nut job.
what they're describing is they're talking about the frequency issues that we have now.
Low IQ nut job, too.
Let's call it
The big
yeah, the big yeah. The psyop is they want everyone to believe that there are these nefarious groups out there that are pointing directed energy weapons at you. Okay. Does that happen? Yes. That happened down in Florida. That was that case where the law enforcement officer was hit with a directed energy device. They caught the individual. He was a step, ended up being former KGB.
one of the Russians famous in the 60s hit our embassy with radiation bands.
Correct.
This stuff goes on.
Correct. And that's essentially what we're dealing with now with this advantage. But the psyop, though, is that we, from our data covering U.S. civilians in 2010, that it's BS because it is logistically improbable and financially unsound to be having all of these victims being chased around with someone pointing some weapon at them.
Our helicopter drones. Correct. Instead, was it the phone, what's already implanted in them, and how it's being activated?
So it's satellite based. That's where it's coming from. Even Dr. Cruz, correct. There's something coming from the sky. Okay, that's number one. That's why when I was taking individuals 2 miles down into granite caverns in Jackson, California, and still detecting frequencies, I was like, how is this even possible? There's no cell phone towers out there. You can't get a radio. You can't get a radio signal out there. Nothing. The only way it can come is from satellite.
Deep penetration. Yeah. Oh, wow. That would have to be like ground penetrating radar. Oh, 100%. So they have ultra low frequency.
Correct.
Yeah, the same kind of technology. Sure, exactly. The same kind of technology. One, how submarines would communicate. And two, how we would be able to look into and try to gather intelligence on like a deep nuclear silo site, like Iran, right? It's the same technology.
Yeah, I was in Virginia Beach.
Well, let's fill people in there. People don't know. I mean, when I was a kid, my dad did all this, and we'd be driving from Austin, visit his family back to Dallas. And when we sometimes go to Fort Worth to see family, he'd point out, literally people cruise. He goes, that's our deep communication with the submarines. We explained they would have like 2 mile long cable. The waves of the earth is basically instantaneous, just like the water, better than a satellite, or whatever. And that's how the submarines would communicate with their own systems. Instead of sonar, it's through rock. And most of it's liquid, the core. But now they declassified all that. But it's funny you knew about that. But you're saying they're using that same stuff through satellites, but I guess it's been remagnified by the ground penetrators. That's the control system.
Correct. And then you have the other aspect of it. It is a complete network. My background is also in network technology.
Well, what's the whole spectrum of mobile frequency? We know particular, there's a bunch of frequencies.
ULF, BLF. ultra low frequencies. Then you get into infrasound, ultrasound, those frequencies. I was in Virginia Beach recently, and we happened to find a thumper signal right off the ocean. And it when we looked up who owned that frequency, it says most likely a Russian submarine.
But people don't know when you're a thumper.
A thumper is what the technology that these submarines use. What you were just describing. We call them thumpers. Okay. But what was unusual about the frequencies that we were detecting is that normally in a waterfall, when we use a spectrum analyzer, you'll have a waterfall, it's a blue stream or yellow or red, depending what color you pick. But you can see a data line on a frequency that's being detected. What we were seeing, and they're vertical, what we were seeing is a horizontal signal, never before found.
I mean, nonstop.
Very unique. And it was very in sync, like every 10 seconds we would see it. And I brought it to my mentor, and he says, that's the new type of thumper. And I said, wow. Yeah. So this was covering vast spectrums in that ultra low frequency criteria that we would typically see.
Really, what does that quantify? What that mean they're doing?
Well, what it means is it's very difficult to decrypt. Yeah, that's what it means. And it's going to be, and so remember my whole.
Oh, because they're probably sitting on a bunch of garbage. That's how you, it was a big, I mean, the code, like there's a bunch of garbage with it?
Well, we don't know, because you would have to decrypt it to really isolate what's being transmitted.
That's what they said, a bunch of trash with it, and the people don't know it.
Yeah, so it's completely encrypted. So in order to decrypt something like that, you would have to be able to capture all of that data across all of those frequency spectrums, and somehow decrypt it to get the protocol. And then once you get the protocol, then you can establish what's there. But
you have any idea what it was communicating with?
No idea. All we know is it was an observation. Another observation was all of the fish are dying on the beaches.
I was about to raise when they do these sonar tests, it kills a bunch of whales.
Yeah, well, here's what's interesting. There are thousands of fish on the beaches there on Virginia Beach, and the birds are eating them.
I saw that in the news.
Okay, I witnessed it myself.
First
time
we were there. What,
No, I was just there this year. Wow, this year, like 4 months ago. And
by the way, even with the red tide, I've seen them. The birds, even though they get sick, they'll still eat rotten fish poison. They're not eating fish. That's unheard of.
Yeah, they're not eating the fish. And I go, there should be birds everywhere. So I happened to speak to a military person who confided with us and said, we've known about this. And he goes, the fish aren't being eaten. Yes, I did. He goes, it's because they're being exposed to this frequency, and the birds know not to eat them somehow. Animals know. That's a big
Well, maybe it's because in this way, it does change it from being even a fish anymore. Like we talked about it before about it, that they seek to recreate, mankind, seek to recreate the species on this earth. In this way, maybe it changes these fish. No, but they're no longer fish anymore. It's the
birds have great noses like a dog too. They're like, whoa, what's that?
Yeah, I don't know. But bottom line is that we're all being exposed to this RF technology. We know that there's a read-write capability in the human mind. And there is going to come a time, very shortly, I've been told when the implementation of 6G, that's when the whole system gets turned on.
And something was said a few months ago, it would go deeper in the skin, which all the patents, 5G and all that, actually heats the skin. Like it's doing something different.
There's a thermodynamic response in the matter of what type of RF frequency you are.
Where's my hand? Someone shut up. Do the deep dive. Everybody's mad at me. Go into all this, and we'll come back and do it all.
Okay. So,
and start playing the clip whenever you're ready.
Okay. So, play that clip on rewiring the brain.
The question is, that's already happening. But how many versions of the script have been tested? Think about it. This isn't a feat. It's about the audience. Techniques, those are once you've wired, the worst part is.
Okay, that was a short 30-second clip, but you listeners, you heard what he said, that you will be rewired and you won't be able to tell. Okay, that is the seriousness of it. That is why I say that the future of your children's cognitive liberty and freedom are at stake. Okay, yours may even be. You know, if 6G gets turned on tomorrow, you know, that it could very well happen to you. To me, any of us. I am hopeful that I teach everyone the number one defense about this is education, being aware. So you're aware, knowing what your internal voice sounds like, knowing what your moral compass is. That is your foundation. And then I strongly believe that if the subconscious can be programmed remotely like that, why can't the subconscious? Because it doesn't make interpretation. It is not discriminate. It does not have prejudices. That's why whenever it takes in any type of command or language or whatever it hears or what is being programmed, it just takes it literally. So I've done this a couple of times, including to myself, is that I believe that you can program your own firewall. And we're looking deeper and deeper into that. But ultimately, ideally, what we want to do is make sure that we protect our cognitive liberties. But there are many states now who are starting to create laws to protect your brain from this type of intrusive technology. And, you know, I don't know how much peace they're going to be able to have with them because this is a invisible technology, so to speak. Although we're proving that it exists with our equipment, our MIT whistleblower, we're about to disclose to the world, has figured out a way to identify the signature very focally. That is what. Well, I'm gonna reserve that until that day comes. But protocol to prove to everyone out there who's suffering from this, you won't need to take it to an expensive verification or an anechoic chamber. We'll be able to prove 100% without deniability that this is happening to identify the frequency.
And it's not partisan. You know, both the left and the right in this country, whether you are a voter or you are the politician themselves, people need to care about this because you can be manipulated. I think a politician, you know, maybe probably the most concerned about this because not only can we see the intern that you're having sex with, that's not your wife, we can also not see the thoughts, the conspiracies, the secrets that you contractually actually you're supposed to be keeping secret. Guess what? There's intelligence agencies and other private individuals who have access to this now through this technology. Jesse, the second you told me about this, I sat here thinking, this again is the highest threat of national security, I think, since the beginning of that term's colloquial, popularity. Yet we still deal with this pushback that people don't think it's real. Not only is it real, it's going into a phase, if 6G is deployed, where we may not be able to stop it.
Yeah, and you know, you brought up this point when we were in the class, is that election interference. Well, if you wanted the holy grail of being able to manipulate an election, this is it. This reprogrammed massive population set out there, and guaranteed to win an election. Okay, is that freedom? Is that democracy? I would think not. But I would think the majority of the world listening today would say that that's complete slavery, enslavement of your brain, enslavement of your thought. It's enslavement of your creativity. That's one aspect of it. Now let's talk about people who are voted into leadership, who are currently into leadership, who are maybe not exposed to this right now, but will be exposed to that into the near future. You'll be able to program those leaders. You know, I've kind of wondered, you know, President Trump has, you know, came out one way, and what we're seeing today is something completely different. You know, is he being exposed to this type of technology? We know it's being utilized now. We know there are members of Congress currently who are suffering from this. I was contacted by the head doc of a 3-letter agency that I was absolutely right, that my client, 38 Spanish patient, had the same symptoms. He said the difference was, and this was pre-pandemic on the cases that he was referencing, is that we were pulling out biosensors, surgically removing them, and he wanted to know more. It turns out that he also was the head doc for the mind control program for the CIA. I found that out recently after digging a little bit deeper into who he was. But this is what the world is facing, particularly here in the United States. What our forefathers had pre-planned, ever fathomed that technology would be able to do. And that's the criteria that we look at.
Say a firewall about protecting someone's mental program. So it reminds me of, they've done thousands of studies that Bill Clinton admitted one time of mind control studies. And the way studies go, you learn something and you build upon it. You don't read the same study 100 times. That's it's not. So I'm thinking of 1,000 built upon studies of what they know, and then sit there and say, okay, now there haven't been any studies to see how to stop it, right? They're more concerned with getting their end goal. And it's just like with putting this internal biosystem in there. Of course, they got thousands of compartmentalized studies and research and development they've done, but they didn't put anything into how to stop it per se. But you're saying that you're working on a way that people exercises possibly that people could do at home to actually be able to protect their mental, their mental.
Self-hypnosis is it's been around for a long time.
Protect your cognition.
You can learn self-programming
Your mental
subconscious to not be suggestible, to not be influenced, to not take outside information in that way that's not allowed by you, per se, given permission by you, to not listen to it, to basically program your subconscious to say, I will not intake this data. And I will. That is a type of a mental firewall that can be created.
I will refuse this
and
data.
I've seen it done with pretty good success. So that's one aspect of that. And ultimately, obviously we would want to stop this RF infiltration that's being imposed upon us.
It froze up for 13 seconds.
Protecting the metadata, as we talked about in Series 1. Laws that our metadata is our intellectual property.
It also he probably doesn't even have a license. If it's under 50 cc, you don't have to. Right here. Well, anyway, so yeah, if you make like a lawnmower scooter, small one, you don't even need a license. You make a weed or scooter, not even close. He said you have the right to refuse this data. You can set up a mental firewall. Why are the seconds jumping around like that? You can set up a mental firewall and declare, I refuse this data. I do not allow this data to enter my personal data set. Right? So it's kind of like how sometimes you know something, but you're still wrong. That just happens to be what you know. You know the incorrect version of whatever the reality is. You know what I mean? So,
what is being done with that data? Who's profiting off of it? Okay? Your intellectual property is being stolen, and someone else is making.
and just to make sure you have the link here. You're keeping your personal data set here. Don't fill it with bullshit. Anyway, know what your freedoms are, and write me in for governor. And Mayor of Wichita, Sheriff of Sedgwick County, Governor of Kansas, and President of the United States. Write me in for all 4 positions.
Billions and trillions of dollars based off of your intellectual property, call it for what it is, your own thoughts, okay, your ideas, trade secrets, all that's going to be out the window. Anything that you create is now going to be property of someone else, okay? This AI God system that Elon Musk talks about. So that's one of the references.
Well, and so what are some things, obviously, other than being discernible, that you can do to build up the firewall?
Exactly what I said. You basically being able to get into a hypnotic state where you program your subconscious, your own subconscious, to not allow these other influences to affect you. Now, you would come up, you would actually have to be very strategic about how you do this, because you want to be careful of how the language is said to yourself. Because remember, the subconscious does not discern or make judgment. It just takes in that information and then, okay. Where the conscious mind is that filter where it says, okay, based on everything that I've learned from childhood to now, I can say whether I believe that or not believe that, whether it's true or not true. The subconscious does not have that ability. And that's why this technology is dangerous. And they know this. This is, what they disclose. That's why what Alice in Wonderland was all about, that technique, is because they knew that they can elicit confusion. I called message units. So I can overstimulate you and confuse you, and then put in a directive into your subconscious, and your subconscious is going to take it no matter what. That makes it perfect. Yeah. So that's the whole idea.
Are there things that make it less effective? I know when we talked to Ray, he said that he was advised like not eat salad, stay off a certain diet because we won't be able to intrude on your brain any further.
I don't know about the dietary stuff. That's not my expertise. I know, Ray did touch on. They were told to take silicate during that exposure in 2016, if you remember the interview. And he was wondering why. He didn't know why. He didn't get it until we talked about the zeolite Z. When we talked about the zeolite Z, then Ray goes, oh, that's why we were told to take silicate. Because that's another, you're asking, well, how do we defend ourselves? That's another way. If you could program your subconscious to create your own, start doing the healthy thing, like taking the zeolite Z, exercising, we know that sweat gets this stuff out of us.
Well, for anything in the universe, God's got a counter to it. You guys should read it how you met.
I was doing a study in the United Kingdom where David Icke actually had allowed his production team freely, and they ended up completing a documentary testing Bluetooth signal emissions from the human body. And when we're looking at a computer, a phone can do Bluetooth signals, a phone can do other things. But when you're looking at it as a computer, you wouldn't really measure it with a Bluetooth signal. And in this case, Masterpiece's effectiveness at reducing those signals. Jesse got a hold of me. He was very direct and blunt, and he said, that's not enough. What you're doing is not not some type of answer that you want to broadcast as some type of solution and so forth. And I said, well, we've done graphene oxide testing and different things like that. And I said, well, just look at the information. And he was willing to look at it, and they were in double-blinded format, so they're scientific facts. And I said my study coordinator is available if you'd like to talk with her about the way we've done these tests and so forth. And so I was transparent, obviously. And a little bit later, he said, hey, why don't you send me some of that stuff and we'll take a peek. And he didn't get back to me for about a month, and then he did. And he said, hey, people are saying it's working. And for him, he was working too. I think I remember something like he was getting spots in his eyes, different things that was happening, and they had gone away. And then I think he stopped taking it, and they came back, and he started taking it again, and went away, and so forth.
And since then, you've done official studies.
Oh, yeah.
Scanning people and then doing the test.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Before we end it today, we've done before we go old world like Curio, but we should scan everybody again.
Okay. That's no problem. Yeah.
Absolutely. So we agreed that doing a study where we were going to see if the silicon-based electronic circuitry of not extreme it actually.
I don't either.
And we just ended up trying to find truth and trying to help people. Our mission collided. That's where we're at.
Explain the devices. It's also at a university, so it's Europe. Explain what's happening. You were saying decades ago, we weren't even picking this up. Now it's almost everybody.
Correct. Yeah. So
how are they getting it to the air?
Well, through our MI6 whistleblower, who, you know, is a chemist out of Oxford, he had said that this is an entire ecosystem. So, you know, when you say air, you know, let's just say everything: air, water, this on our grasses, trees. He says if you test any of these
They
organisms,
call it microplastic.
yeah, it's in everything. Is what he said.
My name is Ray Pascal, British citizen. Ray. After graduating from Oxford University, degree in chemistry, abroad for about 12, 13 years. A decade of that time spent in East Africa, to an extent Asia. During that time, I worked for a number of organizations, ranging from the US Department of State as a contractor, and in 2015 or thereabouts, at the end of 2015, 2016, I coerced into becoming an intelligence asset here. The inverted commas that I've been doing involve a lot of technology that became known as related to Havana syndrome. Years to recover, but I was fortunate enough to do so, and unfortunate that I didn't die. I had an enormous range of health problems after this, including stage 3 bowel cancer. So I had to have half my bowel removed. I went through chemotherapy. I lost hair. I had huge skin problems at the end of 2018. I could barely see. Once they started to lose your eyesight, your yeah, that was prior to the chemotherapy. Yes, that is was definitely prior to chemotherapy. So eat something physiologically, for example, that destroying my eyes, but also I have had dreadful hearing problems ever since. I lost hair on my head, grew it back. I lost hair and patches all over my body. I lost extreme amounts of weight. I became anemic, and then that was when I learned that I had bowel cancer. And the conclusion that I've come to is that it is a singular system for surveillance based, probably based on microwave phase interferometry. That is an incredibly powerful non-line of sight surveillance system. However, it can be repurposed to manipulate the electric field around. I think it is completely fair to describe this technology as a of plastic. Are you able to describe how this system is applied? Well, I think in my case, I was a previous generation of technology. So in my case, it is the dental implant, which I can like to note. There are several flavors of this technology. It is not just for surveillance. You can, mess around with someone who wants to. But there are fairly brutal directed energy weapon systems that are designed to incapacitate. There's absolutely no motive, for example, to survey you or to understand what you're thinking. It is literally there to turn you into a vegetable. And that is what I understand is the really devastating. I mean, it can be fatal as well. Yes, it has been used against me. And in fact, on October 2015, I had what I then came to understand was a common attack vector, which is that I think that's been the case with a number of people who have reported. I was washing my hands, so clearly there is conductive effect, metal thing, and so on. And then suddenly I heard the crackle of electricity around the back of my head, presumably something like the Frey effect, maybe, I don't know. But it was incredibly powerful, and it knocked me to the floor. I couldn't breathe. I had to take it to a different level of the house. And I waited for it to pass. And that was my introduction day. That was not like I might have
other person. So, in my view, millimeter wave band, common knowledge, LRAD, we see these systems in the street. Is it such a great leap of, an assumption, a great assumption to say that, we could repurpose powers that already broadcast in similar frequencies to do similar things to the effects we see elsewhere? I don't think so. And certainly with satellite systems and bringing 5G, in the case of SpaceX, that's beaming down to your mobile handset. There is no denying that you have space to individual person communication, signaling. It is also made clear to me that there are non-toxic substances that can be ingested that increase your ability to act as an electrode, essentially, improve the quality factor and transmission or whatever it may be. Those materials have been known about for some time. And that silicon and graphene oxide, so it doesn't strike me as strange. I think what's new is not the ability to
in your food,
someone into a better
cereal is good, right?
human antenna,
Seems like
but the ability to do other things. So, for example, in the past, where you may ingest a substance that improves the quality of your bioelectromagnetic field, but that's it. And yes, okay, you can scan that for electronic signatures, be it, brainwaves, be it your heart rate, be it anything. These natural life processes, that requires a lot of work, but what can you do with that person? That's more limited. Well, it's limited to the radio frequency, the types of effects that you might be able to project that person. However, with nanotechnology being as it is, and I'm not, this isn't, I'll be clear that this isn't part of my experience. This is something that's come on later. I understand that the technology for nanomaterials is such that with certain frequency changes, you can get nanostructures and particles to do activity. I, someone up who has hypothermia, that's a real thing. Chemicals, peer reviewed a facet of bio. So I think it opens up a new door of ability for equipment, next level, next technology.
Regular listeners for those products that really work. No brainer. It works fine. Still like they're amazing. That was revolutionary, powerful one out there. We did more than just a still life. About to break down what a still life is and how this goes. Research I take it and discover how this radically improved my life.
But he's holding up this 160 syringe. Listen to what he says. These are actually the nanobots. You can control them with RF emissions. So if you put that camera in there, you see how it says probably silicone? That means it's an electronic component. And this could be very concerning to everyone. This particular patent is put out by routing policies for biological hosts.
So it's creating the connector, the launch pad for it.
Correct. We are the host. We are the node.
Going back almost 8 months ago, I got a chance to different science researchers, the nanotech, the so-called vaccine, and the chemtrails sprayed on us that I really how important the lights are. So let's be clear. I've been on here 30 years. I've been the lights positive for over 20. The lights are amazing. It's naturally occurring involving soil. It draws out heavy metals and toxins in the body. There. Targeting the spike protein, the nanotech, the microplastics, all of it, and it's so incredibly good for your brain. Taking it like a forward detox. And it has no effect. It's overall good for your skin, it's still good. But this particular like it's special compounds that come out of the ocean with it, puts the good minerals, molecules, bad things out. You want to go to this website and you want to research it for yourself, and it's on screen right now. But I'm talking about an experience. You want to check out like dot formula, dot L / Alex, it's 11% off the checkout. Or if you forget that URL, go to masterpiece.health, check out the promo code Alex, and get your masterpiece like now. The masterpiece URL on screen, 11% off the URL or 10% off the checkout with promo code Alex.
$3.96. Let's see if I can get a package of iced oatmeal cookies and another gallon of water. $3.96. That's my kind of goal anyway. I don't like drinking water that isn't either distilled or keep wanting to say geyser. Crystal geyser is the best. Spring water. So either distilled or spring, because I think reverse osmosis water has deuterium added to it. That's nuclear waste. It's heavy water. It's the wastewater from cooling a nuclear reactor. It turns it from H1 to, in terms of its weight, H2 or wait, yeah. So it's not just because that's what, yeah. There's so many different forms of water. Hydroxyl, hydroxyl is OH negative, right? And then you can have H3O plus, or is that the you can have OH negative and H3O plus just in water. There's going to be micro amounts of ionization. And one of them is called hydroxyl, the other one's called anyway, that's a sidetrack. The deuterium is 2 neutrons in the hydrogen atom. Normally hydrogen is 1 neutron, 1 proton. This is and keep in mind, they've told us that H2 is when there's 2 protons. So they're still calling it H2O. No, fuck you. That's H2. That's fucking 2H2O. Minus a proton. They're fucking with you. You can describe it 2 or 3 ways other than in water. So what we want is the type of hydrogen I want in my water only weighs 1 atomic mass unit. I suspect reverse osmosis water weighs 2. The fuck is my body gonna do with a double weighted hydrogen bit? Fuck you. I can taste the sweet water. If it's too sweet, that might be deuterated. Watch out for deuterated water. Watch out for fucking Aquafina. And I'm suspecting Kroger's water now too, because it tastes so good and clean, but it's a little too sweet. And I saw a video where a science kid guy either I think he ordered some deuterium or made some. I think he just did a lesson on what deuterium is, and then he drank a little cup of it. He said, "Oh, it's sweet." Not for deuterated. Don't get deuterated. What's that for deuterium?
But to get to how I met Matt, when they did that Bluetooth study, I just said, hey, you might want to reconsider your conclusion that the zeolite is what caused those addresses that you were detecting disappear. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Because I know from my work that they can remotely turn it on and off. Okay. So if it stops transmitting, you can theoretically not get a MAC address. And I said, and he goes, well, what do you suggest? I said, well, you're going to need a nonlinear junction path because that will check for semiconductive areas.
What's the nonlinear junction test?
So nonlinear junction is this device here. It was developed by an as crazy as this sounds, this was designed to test for rust on airplanes. Okay.
Because you can't see the rust. Sometimes it's inside the structure.
Inside, yeah.
Yeah, and so what this does, it sends out a harmonic to test to see if there's any oxidation. A couple harmonics. You'll get a third harmonic if there's oxidation.
Looks like radar or something.
It sends out a frequency.
It bounces back or
It bounces back. So what they discovered though is not only did it find rust, but it could find electronic components that had silicon. Okay, and silicon is in every electronic component out there. Doesn't matter what it is. They need silicon in order for a semiconductor to be stable. Otherwise, they would just fall apart. And so, what they discovered though is even if the electronic component was on or off, it would find it. Okay. So this is why I said,
That's right.
Yeah, I said to him,
That means silicon was favored.
well, so this will send out 3 harmonics. The first harmonic it sends out, it'll detect whether there's silicon-based conductivity, okay? And that reflection will come back and it'll tell me the percentage of that silicon detection harmonic. And then it'll send out another one, okay? And now it's testing for metal or oxidation. If I get that back as a third harmonic, then I know I have a semiconductor that either has oxidation happening or metal, okay? So, for example, if I were to turn this on right now, as we continue to talk, is
You sent on my card.
now demonstrate on camera.
Grab the card.
What this does is, for example, this cell phone here,
To the camera closer.
okay, we know has electronic components in it, okay? Okay, so when I put this over that, you'll see a second harmonic and a third harmonic response, okay? That first harmonic is saying there's definitely silicon semiconductor material here, okay? There is no doubt, okay? Now that third harmonic response at 50% is telling me there's also metal in this, okay? That's why they made this for the aeronautics industry, but then they discovered it was finding electronic components. Now, when you put this around the human body, okay, you would expect not to get anything because there should be no semiconductors whatsoever in the human body. But I know through my work, and this is why I wanted to help Matt, because I said, you're risking a lot by making that conclusion. If you do that conclusion, it could cost you everything.
For the record, that's the only study that we didn't pick for publication. I immediately halted, and in the documentary that they did, they stopped. They took the last 10 minutes where they showed Jesse and was explained. Kudos to the
Sure,
honor.
well, it doesn't mean the study's wrong, you're just looking the wrong way.
That's exactly right, and it's not replicatable where we're confident, and that's why we put no. We have enough of other studies proven.
Now, you told me about this, I'm going from memory to recap it. You've been doing this 20 years and a while with us. saying you're seeing more and more people still higher and higher positive or harmonic.
Well, prior to COVID, it was only people who were symptomatic that were coming up positive for semiconductor.
You have all these Californians I've seen that.
Correct.
So you'd have like 10 people and like only a few people, but now it's like everywhere.
Correct.
Are you finding anybody doesn't have it?
I have not, since the pandemic, I have not found one.
Is that steady from it or?
Well, we know that those who have had the vaccine, that and because we know through white papers and studies that the nanotech is in the nanorobots, which self-assemble into circuitry. Okay, they self-assemble into high-density nerve endings. This is why we're only finding them in the nasal dorsum, the right and left canopy, the base of the neck, occipital. Where we found on the base of the neck. What I predicted your scapulas would come up, your apex.
You got that video will show it. So
Yeah.
why does it migrate there?
According to your chemist who looked at our data, he says because the nanotech is programmed to only go to the high density nerve endings around the human body. Okay.
Is that because it's more electrical activity?
Yes. Well, I have a different perspective. I suspect.
Right back, guys. Here we go.
Because they were experimenting on prisoners. The Don DeVore case in California, where he blew the whistle that they were doing this to prisoners. They were remotely phasing prisoners with it. They had this technology in them. Okay. So what happens when you put electricity on your nerves, your neurosystem? It goes haywire, it contracts. Okay. So what beautiful way to control people who are not behaving like you want them to do.
Is this like all that Biden passed to double all this your old cars have kill switches? Are they putting a kill switch in so you can kill it for them?
Oh yes, that's what rape disclosed too. They almost killed him and his spouse. Because they were exposing them to high doses of this RF emission, and they both contracted the same type of cancer at the same time. Food. Yeah.
The people die immediately.
So what happened to the soldiers, Maduro soldiers? What did they complain about?
Trump called the discombobulator.
The discombobulator. Yeah, you have this in you. They connect that's what the drone systems were doing. They were already identifying the enemy because of the system being in them. And all they had to do is send the frequency. They couldn't fire their weapons because they were completely contracted. Okay. That's why he called it the discombobulator. But that wasn't supposed to be known, but it was shared with me, that information, by people in the intelligence agency. That's exactly what happened. So if you want to control the masses, and you want to use RF,
So why would the CIA be messing on?
well, we're guinea pigs. It's legal to do. I think it's the same excuse that we use for paperclip. Why we brought over all of those Nazi scientists to work.
Well, we're under slavery light. We used to have full-fledged slavery, right? Oh. Come on. It's back. Okay. Oh, wow, I got frozen for 10 seconds. So we used to be under full-fledged slavery, if you will, right? Now we're under slavery light, where you have to give away half of all your money immediately, and then you have to give the other half away with other mandatory purchases. So, that's why the CIA would experiment on us, because they want to be able to control their slaves, right? They're the enforcement arm of the actual slave owner, right? That's why they're immune from prosecution. We're not allowed to know their identities, and we don't even hear when they die overseas.
Because we didn't want the Russians to get it. Now, we don't want the Chinese to beat us, right? And
That's what they say. Oh, we got to have AI takeover. We got to have everything surveilled. If we don't, they do it.
yeah, so that is the excuse for why we're doing it. All of the data shows since 2010, it looks like that early beta phase of those experiments were the guinea pigs and the beta test. Now, COVID was, okay, we know our system works. Let's put the system in everyone, let that become a node, and get it ready.
The about the driverless cars and the robots, and part of it, it's also about code control over it.
Correct.
I never have to
Absolutely.
use this little phone holder anymore.
And
Since I invented this hook system.
If you're able to influence,
But this
not everyone, not only
could like hold,
physically,
hold the phone in place better, maybe.
uh, and
So where to put it.
cognitively, that is the ultimate weapon. That is the ultimate track for someone who wants to be the ultimate ruler.
So obviously,
Oh, well,
sponsors,
I
make
understand.
stuff I'm taking it.
I can-
You watch
I can
the
envision
hold
some-
on top of it, draw stuff
any
out, put
plate.
things in. That's great. Get back to speak.com. That's great.
Any plate I can put between this screw and the phone holder. There's a so any plate that has a hole in it, I can go ahead and screw in between here. And then that plate is theoretically, attached to a stand or a bendy thing or a chain or anything. Cool. Now that I've envisioned that, I will keep an eye out for it, and maybe I can reduce the movement. You see how it's moving around and everything like that. And yeah, we can. But it's just hanging. That phone's literally just hanging in midair from this hair tie hook around the phone case. Now I did cut notches into the phone case for the hair tie to fit into, and it stays right there. In fact, they're really long notches. I mean, one of them is like 2 inches, and the other one's 1.5 inches. But it just goes to the top. That's where you want it. Yeah. So I mean, same here, same on this. There's a copper wire wrapped right here at the top, right here. Can't really see it, but metal hook on top of that.
But spiritually, psychologically, look, to wake up to this first, how do we counter this? To know people that are awake to it. I used to tell people years ago about kill switches in your cars and, in the light bulb, monitoring spying on these people that want to wear it now. Minute, now it seems like you're waiting to figure out. I don't think it's a little too late, but what should people do to counter this? I mean, how do we respond to this? What are ways to deal with this?
Well, number one is awareness. Okay, educating yourself. I always say, don't take my word for it. Yeah, you can look at my work and see that our work is sound and based off the scientific method. But go out there and do the research yourself. Look at all the patents. You can go to our X account or My Nexus, and you'll see we don't hide anything. We're very transparent about everything. We show you all the.
Your feed congressional reports 25 years ago saying we're putting chips to everybody. We call them glowing objects. Ha ha ha.
MRI scans, often good things, didn't expect. And a microscopic tag being planted in a person's body to track his every movement. There's actual discussion about that. And often there are things you don't know what to do with. UBOs, they're called unidentified bright objects. Can brain scans be used to determine whether a person is inclined toward criminality or violent behavior? Neuromarketing, a little scary concept there, trying to assess when people are responding effectively to certain kinds of advertising or branding. Who's got the brain that's going to be most susceptible to a particular kind of manipulation?
That's what's frustrating. Like, I remember before Obama left, they had Brennan, the horrible demon. He goes, yeah, we have weather control, but it's secret if we have treaties. He said, we control the weather, but we're not tell the public. And he's on C-SPAN saying it. It's a weird thing where they say it out in the open, like there's
the whole
big
stuff.
adult table. Thanksgiving, where's the little card table?
But I need a bigger one.
But why do they do that? It's like,
Another example is the array of technologies,
This
often
is
referred
nasty.
to collectively as geoengineering,
Disgusting bastard.
that potentially could help reverse the
Fake
warming
fucking
effects
pieces
of
of shit.
global climate change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI, a method of heating the stratosphere with particles that can help reflect the sun's heat, in much the same way that volcanic eruptions do. An
He's not even
SAI
American,
program
dog.
limits global
That motherfucker's not even American.
reducing some risks associated with higher temperatures, providing the world economy additional time to transition from fossil
Oh, he's a faggot. Listen.
Of course, is also
He's
relative.
a faggot.
The National Research Council estimates that a fully deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly. Promising as it may be, moving forward on SAI would also raise a number of challenges for our government and for the international community.
On the technical side, greenhouse gas emission reduction will accompany SAIs to address other climate change effects, such as ocean acidification, because SAI alone would not remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. On the geopolitical side, the technology's potential to alter weather patterns and benefit certain regions of the world at the expense of other regions could trigger sharp opposition by some nations. Others might seize on SAI's benefits and back away from their commitment to carbon dioxide reduction. And as with other breakthrough technologies, global norms and standards are lacking to guide the deployment and implementation of
I am
SAI
carbon. I need
and
carbon.
other
I love carbon.
Actually gives them,
come
because again, why do we
carbon.
look at God and fear God and look at God as a supreme being? Well, because he's
Hey, satanic globalist banking world traders, I'm coming to fuck you for slandering carbon.
told us so many things that we know to be self-evident and true in this world. And he told us where this world's going. I think they want that same worship, right? You seek out people who can tell you what's going to happen in the future, whether it's stock trading, whether it's the news. And I think in this respect, they want people to revere them, to worship them.
It's almost like we're kids watching the old table. They'll do it in certain books, certain elite things, and then the same guys on channel a week later, the Sunday news show saying it doesn't exist a day later. It's like they tell you in a little narrow academic thing, and then right here they deny it. It's like a weird metaphysical rule.
It's going to make its way, when they say it this here, they know it's going to perfectly go to people that are aware, like you and your audience and so forth. You're going to see it, and then you're going to have to feed on it and accept the fact that they're getting away with it, and they show you your face. Yeah, you know, but
You crinkled my papers.
And then everybody else the next day when they're doing the other talking point, that one goes
Exactly. They know we're paying attention. They're
They
right.
own that algorithm.
Or you can argue they're really good, which tells you they are. It's an IQ test. Will you wear a mask? Will you not see your family? Will you take this?
Can you believe the Satanist bitch working at the DMV put organ donor on my card right after I told her not to? Stupid fucking dumbass cunt. I won the argument. She wanted to act like she won the argument or something. Or did she retaliate because she knows she lost? I said they flat out kill people early for their organs. She said, no, that doesn't make sense. I said, our Health and Human Services Secretary just told us about it. She said it takes two doctors to make that decision. What? It just takes two murderers to kill a motherfucker? What? Well, anyway, it's like Royce White said. If 100 motherfuckers in a room decided to kill an infant child, I'm killing as many of those 100 motherfuckers as I can, right? So anyway, that fucking stupid Satanist bitch put organ donor on my card. And the only thing all of that was said, the only thing I didn't say was, you mean it only takes two murderers? I thought about that little slick remark later. But no, what I said was, they purposely don't put people in hyperbaric oxygen when they're low on oxygen. That's just giving them extra oxygen pressure. So all around their bodies even. On the skin, you go into an oxygen tank. You've heard of that before. That's all that is. And so, or it can be what makes it sound like it's a capsule or something, a capsule. When you call it a chamber, but makes it sound like you're going into a metal fucking field MRI machine or something. But anyway, oxygen coffin. No, anyway. I'm gonna run into the store real quick.
Boys and shot, and they're like, "Hey,
don't try to steal my dogs, repo personnel."
knock it off. We're getting rid of the dumb people." Jesse, what do you say to that?
Well, it's a Milgram experiment. It's an experiment.
Oh, you did that in part one. Recap that. And there's all the Stanford research that.
Correct. Yeah, where you just put someone in a white coat and subconsciously, because you've been programmed that way, that's a person in authority, and you'll do whatever they say. In the Milgram experience, they were giving electrical shock. They were told to give electrical shock, and they were increasing in voltage to where it was labeled dangerous. And these participants, just because the white coat was there, even though they said, no, I don't want to do this anymore, we're hurting them. They said, no, you need to continue. And they would do it all the way to the lethal voltage. And they were able to replicate the experiment with that institution. There were other institutions that played this out. So think about, during the pandemic, who were the white coats that were telling us just to follow the science, right? Trust us. They knew based off of those studies that they could get the majority of the population to listen.
For my setting, I want all you to answer this. I want to finish your final close and get to more solutions here. It's a lot. We're going to move fast now because I want to try to come into this because the full audience is so important. Who is at the top of the globalist system? From my research, it is mad scientists, and even the Rothschilds, the bankers, they all defer to them. That's actually running the show, and the goal is get life extension, make us God, the old Garden of Eden thing. And then if you read that analysis, who are the substratas? We're always taught it's the royalty, the priest class, the warrior class, bureaucratic class, the shopkeepers, and then the unwashed masses, feudalism. But that's the old model. I mean, you really look at this, it's the technocrats, and then the elite that fund them and serve them, and they're part of that. And then the military. And then the merchants.
Right at the top is state. You've got the generals, and the generals right now are people like Mosquito, the head of the Global Brain Initiative. And this man is at the heart of, I think, a lot of the technology, the fourth industrial revolution, which is this new world, right? The low Earth orbiting satellites, the AI advancements, the endless trillion-dollar budgets and Manhattan-level projects. It all comes back. You made me run that. These billionaires, people that are as powerful as billionaires, like Mosquito,
Of all of our resources.
We need to be quiet.
To build a system that
We need a low profile.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
And you were asking this. It's like, okay, well, why? What is their goal? Well, they want to depopulate. They don't want the world to participate or to partake in the world that we have been conned
And break out to the galaxy.
100%. They do not want breakaway civilizations. They don't want us to be self-determinant. They see America as a grand mistake. And I think that's where it does come back to the royal families, the old wealthy elite. That no matter what they
140 years ago, they said the American experiment must fail.
100%. Yeah, I've never lived in India, but I've heard a lot about it. I'm partially Indian, right? And I hear about how in India, the elite, they never disappear. You don't know their names, by the way, but you definitely know their properties. You know their fiefdom. And when it comes down to it, they're invested both in human capital and in resources, but it doesn't matter what happens in the world. They're always making money, they're always carrying on, and they're always in charge. But here's the difference, though. This technological revolution, it was a gamble. They have empowered society to a place where you and I mean, look at this. What we're doing right now.
No, you're right. They thought the internet was totally enslaved with backfires.
100%. And now they have to depopulate us to slow down civilization.
That's what Brzezinski said before he died in the CFR in Canada. He said, it needs to kill 1 million now. He said, we need to kill everybody.
Yeah.
So the truth is, they're actually losing. They've hit the panic button. And they're behind schedule.
Yep. It's all about blue blood, right? It's the blue blood. Blue blood lines, and that's what it's about. Because what were their traditional mechanisms of control? There was always a hierarchy. There was always them and the little people.
People look at India and go, look at caste system. It was like that everywhere.
Yeah.
Feudalism is the same everywhere. That's the normal system. America literally was the only change to that.
Correct. And, I still want to believe in the success. Prove our founding fathers right. This was not a mistake, and this was the right thing to do. But everyone out there needs to wake up now. The paradigm, that window of opportunity now. We don't have much time. We can't wait until tomorrow. We need to take our power back. We need to understand that if we unify, regardless of skin color, stop this divide and conquer mentality, we all bleed the same. We all breathe the same, and we all know what love is. We need to take that power and we need to use it synergistically so that we can stop what is happening. We're allowing them to do this. What happened to the warriors of the past? What was America built upon? We were built upon men who were ready to fight for our beliefs and our way of life. That's sort of great, wonderful women who were there to build upon it, to make sure we put forth our goals and we completed the mission. We need to do that again, and we need to do it in a way that's correct, right. How we get there, that's up for discussion, but we need to start.
Absolutely. On a few of the questions that Matt, hey, you want to comment on? Yeah. Big pictures, I got some stuff I want to say.
Absolutely. Everybody becoming aware is very important and what to do with it from there. We do know that the people at the very top look at Earth as a big Earth farm, and that the hottest commodity is obviously human beings and their consciousness. But we know through the way they send us off to war and everything else, we are just livestock. We're just a resource to them. So I would say that the same way the farmer on a big commercial farm doesn't care what the cows think of him, or if they see him or not, or if he gets all the credit for owning the farm or not, it ain't like that. They don't care. So if you're seeing a Bill Gates' face and you're seeing all these other Klaus Schwab and everybody else's face, they're not it. If you know their name, they're not it. They're not the ones controlling it. But this whole system, this whole new fourth industrial revolution, it doesn't work without this internal biosystem. This is a big electromagnetic grid, a big smart grid that if the human beings aren't attached to it, it don't work. Everything unravels. So there's right people in place that are looking at how to block these signals and about how to take care of the software portion of it. When it comes to the hardware that's inside of everybody, what we know that we can do, and I am not saying this is an end all and this is a magic pill, but there's nothing else that's tested so far that we know, and it's been filmed by the Died Suddenly crew team, and maybe Jesse can barely touch on it because in a lot of years, a lot of people have tried tinfoil, tried everything to try to block these signals, to try to get the Havana syndrome symptoms down, and there's nothing that's been shown to work. And so Masterpiece putting itself under the gun once again, we didn't just stop when we got good graphene oxide results or we got favorable results over here. Every time there's a way to test if this is going to work or not, we want to know where it doesn't work, where it does work. So far, I secretly want to find a place that doesn't work because it would be nice to say, hey, it doesn't work here. But so far, we know if someone takes 30 drops a day of Masterpiece and they do that for 2 months, that when we're testing their bodies using this nonlinear junction scanner, it was the same scanning device done in the same exact room in the United Kingdom with the same exact third-party practitioner, and the amount of signal strength reduced by almost 80% in months. That means if you don't want to be a human cyborg or you don't want your kids to be, when you use Masterpiece, it's like removing 80% of what it's producing.
By the way, that's the sponsor. It's great and it's real and it works great. But viewers, like think of how it said, everybody knows zeolite pulls out toxic heavy metals. Coupled with one that has minerals on top of it, blast them out. There's always something in the universe. I remember we had, when I was a little kid, my parents were friends with people in Dallas who worked for National Geographic and federal government with an hamburger police, whatever, you could land on a dirt runway. You could fly to police city and fly over there. They went like all the time, like once a year, I only went twice. But 2 weeks there, no electricity, in huts. Best time of my life. They were out there studying the fish, diving. But the reason I raised that is that it was just totally natural, totally outside of the system, and totally innocent. And compare something like that today to where the world is, people don't even know that something like that even exists. And there's this, but the reason I go there is one time they go, hey, let's go to the main cities. If we march 10 miles to the woods, you can see a pyramid. Now they cleaned it off. Every tourists go there. And so my parents, I was a pretty tough kid, like 9 years old, or whatever. The second time we went, they said, you're going. We're being bit by mosquitoes, machetes, going through this stuff. And then we get back at night. They're at the army tents and stuff. They had like a little stack of wood. They go, oh God, we get booga booga or whatever it was. We had you think Poison Ivy, Brad? It was like huge stuff all over it. They go, call Nude. He lives like a hut down the thing. He's one of the natives. And Cook runs over. He's like a witch doctor. He goes, oh, Cook says, folks like Creole, so they go, rub this plant. It goes away. Better than any drug. We rub that other plant on it. Gone in minutes. So the oil from that plant countered this other oil That's the universe. Like it's like they're doing it, and then this takes it out. And it was just like, I'm like, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. I had voiced out before. This was like huge wealth. We're all like, oh my God, how we did it to them. All of a sudden, like an hour later, it's gone. And
that's for 20 seconds.
That's crazy. Whatever he was, the witch doctor, it wasn't Debo. They're talking to him in Creole Spanish, and by that Spanish, it's like, no. It's like this has an oil that counters the oil of this plant. It counters the poison of that plant.
And that guy doesn't need to be able to explain in some scientific way why it works.
Well, no, he just knows it works. That speaks again to the overarching solution. That is one of the obvious.
Well, God's cool. If wherever there is, He's giving us a bunch of answers.
Well, and He cares about it. Because I think at the heart of a lot of this, where we can do the movement against the enemy is that the enemy in general, their grand commander, doesn't give a shit about.
All they're counting on is don't know about this plan. You don't know about this deal.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and look, the devil,
People perish for lack of knowledge.
And ultimately, these people, whether it be Peter Thiel or whether it be another globist like Mosquito, his son, or Mark Zuckerberg, I think that we've had actual success in winning some of these people over to the side of humanity and life, because ultimately they have actually realized that the system and the plan that they're seeking out is going to kill them.
Well, let me just tell you.
I walked out of the grocery store and I smelled weed again. And then I saw this couple, or I saw this chick. I said, it smells like mid-grade. And then I saw the dude. I said, it smells like mids. They both kind of laughed. I think he was wondering what I said to his chick at first. So it obviously said it to him too. He just didn't hear me the first time I said it.
I'll get on my publicly. I'll stop there. I'll talk to people privately. People claim they're against us. I mean, and I'm not going to name names, but I mean, I think a lot of them aren't actually totally in the cold. They're even like you said, we took the least harm. They're actually saying, "What do you think we do about this?" They're not just about this. They're actually saying, "What do you think about this?"
Well, they've got to stop 6 feet. I mean, they're asking just for a plain answer. We've got to pump the brakes.
Well, I was about to say, even I'm not going to defend any of these people. Like, we know Larry Ellison, we know Bill Gates. Bill Gates certainly is not against the Clock Schwab and this thing, King Charlie, But I'm just saying, like the ones we're told to hate, it's probably the ones that I'm going to leave it at that. So all I'm telling you, that's the ones that are reaching out to me. So, but the other one's trying to kill me.
Right.
I'm not even defending them. I'm on their payroll. I'm just like, that's people that So,
but it was ultimately Bill Gates' employees who betrayed him.
Yeah.
The reason why we know about it, the reason why Bill Gates is
Darth Vader throws the emperor down the reactor shaft.
Exactly. When you realize that the emperor doesn't give a shit about you, you start to realize
he just tried to kill you. You're Darth Vader. He's killing your kid. Why the fuck am I doing this?
And why when the system's inside of everybody and they don't need you right now? They need a lot of the 1%ers. The 1%ers are
it's like hiring employees that hire people to replace them, and then they're gone. Well, that's my thing is that I do what I do because it feels good. People ask me like, why do you?
What the fuck? No, we have actual slave owners at the top that remain anonymous, motherfucker. It's not like getting replaced by. It's not like training your replacement.
Turn down all the money. Why'd you turn down all the boxing jobs? It wasn't even hard. It doesn't feel good to be a puppet. It feels good to be.
Anybody else?
It feels good to tell the truth. Because I'm taking God and the giant universe telling me good job. Like I've got another separate power source telling me what to do. And so these people mean nothing. They're like, oh God, how are you handling keep it up? I'm just like, I get frustrated sometimes. I want to do a better job. I'm mad at myself, but I'm not mad at God. I've already been. I mean, I can't even receive the pandemic.
What can the enemy offer us? We're literally going to become gajillionaires in New Jerusalem. You think about the riches.
Oh, I've seen this for heaven. It's like you put me in the presence of God. Like you throw your crowns down because there's no time. People think, how there's no time? It's like total satisfaction and completion. It's not ecstasy. It's not. It's literally, oh my God, everything is pure, and it's like you can see all times, all futures, all these dimensions, and you're just like, I just want to be with God. And then it's like, well, there's ultimate adventures that people got to help at lower dimensions. There's a simple way of saying it. You're like, yeah, it's unbelievable. Well, I'm telling you, man, it's unbelievable. Well, have you ever been like with the third heaven?
Yeah, have
you ever experienced that?
Well, I would say, Jesus visited me at my deathbed. I asked,
well,
Yeah, during the pandemic, this really what set me something this past. To make died suddenly meet these fine gentlemen, meet you, Alex. Wow, you just woke up in the last 6 years. I was awake, but I'm not awake like I am now. And then when it came to my faith, my faith was set on fire.
Look, I was a baby Christian before that blew up.
100%. And what happened to me is
If you're already a student of an oak tree, sprouting.
100%. And what happened is basically I got whatever this bioweapon was going around.
Said it wasn't real. Like I love David Icke. Like, oh, there's nothing really real. Whether it's poison or whatever, this shit was real.
Yeah,
I never been sick my whole life. I like ignore everything. This is like torture. Almost killed Rob.
Yeah, Rob knows this. We don't come to people almost dead. For me, I couldn't.
I've always passed off. I had a compound fracture. I think this was bad.
Look, and I tried everything. I was staying with friends. I didn't want to stay with my wife because, autoimmune, compromised. I couldn't stay with her. And I'm literally every single day losing the ability to breathe.
Oh my God. It was like 1,000-pound gorillas.
100%. And what happened is I just heard in my spirit. I put on some worship music on myself and popped up, listening to some worship music. And I'm like, I feel like I'm not right at the end. And I look over to my left, and I swear to you, Jesus himself, right there, grabs my hand. I pass out. I wake up the next day, I could breathe. It's like nothing. It's like I don't even have anything again. And I feel again like many people have gone through this. He saved me for this time.
Oh, that's what scares the Satanists. They know that's real.
100%.
I have a story to share with you. It's not stories. It happened. I had an NDA experience when I was 5.5 years old, and I was angry with God up until last year. I had a tonsillectomy. Everything went well. My parents took me home. Loving parents. I went to bed that night. Doctor said just take him home, feed him ice cream. I'm happy as a fire. I get ice cream because I get so quiet. But I woke up in the morning, and my bed was completely covered in blood. The only part that was white was where my body lay. And I did the very thing the doctor told me not to do. I sat up because I was scared. I yelled for my mother, and I just started to hemorrhage nonstop, like a fire hose. Wouldn't stop. My parents took me to the bathroom hoping it stopped. It wouldn't. And my dad put me in a blanket, and he had a 57 Chevy, and he threw me on the floorboard, and he just hauled ass as I continued to bleed out. And my mother had called the hospital ahead of time and said we were coming. My dad blew every red light, and I never saw my father cry, ever. But he was crying as he held me in his hands and handed me over at the ER at Mercy General Hospital on J Street, Sacramento. And crying, says, please save my son. They put me on the gurney. I'm in the OR. They say we're losing him. I'm watching them as I rise, and then they were doing CPR. Everything went black. I saw the light, went to the light, and I always tell everyone, who are the two most important people in a 5-year-old? Mom, love and safety that you know. When I got into that light, Alex, like that kind of infinity. And I'm like, this is amazing. So I'm saying, that's how powerful it was. Even though I'm leaving my mom and dad, I don't know anything. And a male voice says, I'm sorry, it's not your time. And I start to cry and throw a chance. I'm like, no, I'm staying here. Because I've always been raised that we have free will. That's what makes us special. And he says, I'm sorry, it's not